All right, I'm going to give people time to trickle in. Although everybody's probably getting ready for work. Here we go. Here come the people. I'm going to be inking this page that I was inking until about 2 in the morning or so last night. So I think it's looking pretty good. I am going to. I've got a zero tolerance policy now. I am not going to have people come in here and bother anybody. But yeah, we're going to have a zero tolerance policy from here on out. So nobody's going to mess with our fans. That's for sure. So we want to make this a fun and cool place, and we don't want people to be bothered or whatever. So no worries about that. I'll do better at pulling the weeds, I guess, so to speak, because I want people to come here and hang out and have fun and enjoy the artwork. And that said, I think I'll just get right to it. I don't really have anything else to say. Gene. Oh, your logo did. There it is. All right, here comes the people. This page is coming together pretty well. I'm pretty happy with it so far. Thank you, William. Appreciate that. some of the underdrawing. I seem to be having the best success with inking when I start with my thinnest lines first, and then just kind of pick out a few places. Maybe you'd be a little bit more timid with a thinner stroke, and then you kind of get a little bit of black on, and then you kind of like building yourself a I don't know, a bit of a guide, and then I switch to a chunky, big, fat brush, and then go in with a little more confidence and start laying in some thicker stuff. And I try to avoid as much as possible medium weight lines because they tend to flatten the images out if you use thin to thick, then the color, your eye fills in the middle. So when I start with a medium weight line, it just, it ends up getting a little, it becomes undelicate, I guess. All right, so do I import my work with a scanner, then work off the pad or the screen? Always wanted to make the jump to digital. No, I'm drawing in the computer. In fact, I was probably one of the first people that started drawing in Photoshop or professionals, and then inking by hand. That's the way I did it at Marvel since about 2009 or so. So I've been drawing digitally for over 10 years. And at the time I was inking physically, but now I've made the full transition. Now I'm just cleaning up some of my underdrawing, which is on a separate layer. Deleting information that I don't need anymore. Basically. Thank you, sir. I will show you. All right, so if I hit pull up my image, here we go, image size, and you can see that's my setup for my page there. So I draw comic book size at 800, excuse me, 800 DPI. Excuse me. So standard comic book size at 800 DPI. You're welcome. So one thing I do, since we got a couple of artists here in the chat, so I'll go ahead and show you one thing. I'll show you the pencils. These are the pencils. Finished those yesterday. And I'll show you the rough. That is the rough. So that's where I started 2 days ago. That's where we ended up last night, and then I started inking. And then I duplicate the pencils. So I duplicate the pencils layer, and then so I have a copy. I want a backup copy, and then I fade out almost to where it's barely visible, and then I begin inking over that. But then I can always go back to my pencil drawing. Buddy. Come on, buddy. Say hi. What'd you say? What'd you say? Ah, you messed me up, cat. Gross. He wiped his boogers on me. I gotta go wash my hands. one thing I don't have that I wish I had was I wish I'd have paid the extra money and gotten the touch controls, because rotating is kind of a pain in the butt. Congratulations, you've met our zero tolerance policy, and you'll be deleted. Goodbye. Congratulations, you have also met my zero tolerance policy while also telling a lie. Bye-bye. Good riddance. Nice people we found on YouTube. Nice people. I thought comic book Twitter was bad. Did you also do The Futurist? Because I love the story. Thank you. That's awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. So Patrick, the writer of, so Patrick Stiles is the writer of The Futurist. Butch Geis, of course, artist extraordinaire. But Patrick and I created that book in 2009. So it's over 10 years bouncing around in our heads, and we've kind of chipped away at it for a long time. We have a whole storyline planned out. And so we kind of co-created it, I guess you would say. We co-created The Futurists, and he's doing a great job at writing it, and very happy that you're enjoying the story. Episode 3, I think, will be the best one so far. We've finally kind of introduced most of the main characters, and we can really get them moving now. Thank you. Why can't people just enjoy the artwork for it? Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason I didn't come online for a long time. Real life stuff goes on, and nobody wants to be subject to that kind of stuff. yeah, you just kind of nick away at it, and eventually you look down and over half your page is done, and it's only been I think we're clocking in about 4 hours on ink time so far. Somebody asked me last night about how long it took to do a page, and a budget. It's probably about a typical page, which for me is pretty detailed and I would say perfectionist driven, even though I'm always frustrated usually. About 3 hours for layouts, 8 or 9, let's just say 8 hours for pencils, and then probably 6 hours for inks. So you're somewhere between 18 and 22 hours per page. And then I do a grayscale process on the top of it, and that takes a little time too, actually. So I'm definitely at 20 hours a page. So by that math, I should have done the book. If each page takes me 20 hours, I should have had the book done. And I could only sleep 4 hours a night, I should have the book done in 70 days, right? Working 20-hour days nonstop without a break and sleeping 4 hours at a time. I think I would have needed one of those Chinese suicide nets. Is it more of a challenge to draw digitally than traditionally? It is, they both have their positives and negatives. So it's really just the artist finding the right fit for themselves. I suppose the learning curve, so no artist, a young artist should always start on paper with pencil, always. I would never, ever recommend what I'm doing to a new artist, because you need to learn the fundamentals and you need to be able to execute from pencil all the way to the finished page. That said, switching to digital has a learning curve that takes a long time, because then you gotta find the right tools, you gotta get the right software, you got to have the hardware that works for you, and but unless you have that traditional experience, you really don't know what you're looking for. Like, I'm trying to replicate a physical thing, a physical look, while also benefiting from all the tools available to me in the digital format and the speed. Actually, I don't think it doesn't save me any time. It definitely doesn't save me any time, but it opens up I think it makes my drawings better. I would say the end result is always better. Especially in the penciling phase, so I can cut and crop and move and switch around and not have to redraw sometimes. Okay, so Kevin, appreciate the Facebook post you made yesterday about how you broke into comics. I like that positivity and wish there was more of it in the comic art community. Me too. Yeah, we should spend more time mentoring and less time forcing around doing unproductive stuff. I suppose this is one of the 10 bonus pages. I mean, I don't know. I extended the script by 10 pages. So we sold the Red Rooster was pitched as a 60 page and it's become a 70 page. It's hard to say which pages were the bonus pages. It's just the story got bigger and we needed the space. And, you know, I think it's a nice thing for backers as well to get more than they bargained for. Morning. We drove by your old house the other day, Jason. We were in Benton. My aunt has moved into a nearby neighborhood. I didn't realize how much it had changed. I didn't even recognize the neighborhood. That's how long I've been away. But yeah, we went and saw your old house, or drove by it, and it was startlingly different from the way I remember it. Paul picked up the books, had nice things to say. Again, appreciate you. Thank you, Paul. I just bought the first issue of all 4 series this morning. Thank you very much. Since they are not available in France, yeah, not yet. I had to do it off eBay. Oh, okay. Like you advised me to last time. I asked how I could get them via Facebook. Wish I could have done it directly. We'll look into it one step at a time. We are we're looking into it, and just we got some other problems we have to solve first. All 4 books look great from what I've seen. It was nice meeting you and Elizabeth at a convention when I used to live in the U.S. Awesome. I'm glad we got to meet. Hope we get to see you again. Nice. My dad has responded. Wow, your dad did that. That's awesome. He built that whole neighborhood. They sold the house and moved way out on Congo. Awesome, man. I'm glad everybody's. Well, that's awesome because the neighborhood's really nice, and my aunt will be living in there. She's moving from Houston, so super cool. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad things went well. We had a lot of fun on that property. Underage smoking and drinking and riding around on 4-wheelers. Good times. All right, we've just about got this one licked. I am using Adobe Photoshop. right, I think we've just about nailed this one. Add a little zip tone here. This is one of the bonuses of working digitally. Yeah, that looks nice. All right, panel 3 is done. Although he needs to, a little splatter would be good here. Splatter. I have some splatter brushes somewhere. Oh, yeah. Perfect. A little more splatter up here. That's, yeah. More kinetic energy. Here we go. That looks good. This is shaping up to be one of the better pages of the series. Drawn under duress. right, I think I'm gonna move down. It is both. Is Red Rooster planned to be a self-contained miniseries, or is it an ongoing serial? It is basically both. I structured it so that the Golden Age book for backers is a self-contained story with a, of course, with a hook at the end, like any good story, or ongoing soap opera. How about that? So it was always intended, though, to be yes, it's an ongoing. It's definitely intended to be an ongoing. We're following the story of Frank Cooper, who bears the mantle of the Red Rooster. His story, I know where it ends, and I know some of the stuff in between. Don't know exactly how many issues it's going to run, but I would think the Frank Cooper story could be anywhere between 12 to 20 issues, depending on where we go. But the Red Rooster is a mantle passed from generation to generation. And so we can pick back. In fact, that is kind of what the story is about in a lot of ways. So it's about sacrifice and mentorship and trials and troubles of responsibility. I think readers who have watched our journey for the last several years will find that it's informed the storytelling and the character in the book. So. We would like to think so. That's certainly what we're aiming for. We knew we couldn't do this. Pardon my French, but we couldn't do it half-assed. The book had to be very, very good, and so we took. And it wasn't where it needed to be a year ago. The book was not where it needed to be. The final script was not. Actually, because we got so carried away, we had Mark Pellegrini help me write the first part of it, and he was credited as the writer for issue 1, but it definitely wasn't where it needed to be on issues 2 and 3. So we sat down at the very beginning after building this. The business has been insane, but we finally were able to sit down and sat down with Patrick, and we took what Mark and I had created and what Mark had written, and then we got it to where it needed to be. We got it to be the story that I really wanted to make. And I mean, just insider stuff, but the actual final script of Red Rooster, meaning the finished script of Red Rooster episode 3, didn't get final approval until just maybe 2.5 months ago. So we worked it and worked it and worked it and reworked it and reworked it because we wanted it to be very, very good. Definitely not. No slight against Mark, of course. He did a very good job. Just wasn't the right fit long term. he's a good writer, and he's got a big career in front of him, I think. If I had too much caffeine, now my hands are shaky. All right, one thing is this shoulder. I'm just noticing that this arm is just not right. So I'll go in here and try to patch it up. Transform tool. Let's see. Still doesn't look right, but maybe I can fix it in the ink. So you can see it was too big. He had kind of monkey arms and his shoulders were too broad for this character. That's funny. Oh, the 4D man is a jerk. I'm getting wrapped up in the details. In fact, I'm going to go and erase all this. Spiraling. crotch up shot. Awkward. It's actually kind of difficult to draw. Not a perspective you see every day. Or at least not me. Can't speak for all of you fellas. All right, he's got to have a right smile here. Just wasn't very. I'm getting too obsessive with the detail here and losing my flow. Means it's probably time to move to the next. Here we go. Just needed a pep talk. All right, leg number 2 was better than leg number 1. Simpler. I can probably live with this though. Kind of looks like he's wearing heels. Not what I was going for.
All right, I'm gonna bounce on to the next thing. Again, I'm gonna try to keep starting with the thin, peck out all the thin lines, pun intended. Around. Thank you. It's been a bit of a booger. I'm still not 100% pleased with it, but if y'all are happy, I'm happy.
Yeah, I'm just exploratory, trying to find, this is literally just kind of pecking. I'm looking to lay down the line where I feel the most confidence. And then I start with a thin line. All right, this one's looking pretty good. Actually, better than I expected. All right. I'm gonna just take a quick Safari. I gotta hop over to Facebook. I have to check every once in a while, see if I need to block, delete, or remove any offensive, harassing, or antagonizing comments. So that is my life. All right, looks like it's good. It's overwhelmingly positive, but I have to constantly keep the garden weeded. All right, I'm just gonna leave it be. Yeah, you guys don't want to watch me browse Facebook. Thanks, team. Back at it. Yep. No. Back it on up. Back it on up. That wasn't quite right. Facebook is my time. Yeah, it does cost time, but I have to keep a garden weeded. We have brought on an intern, so we're adding a new person to our team, and she's helping us with the Allegiance Facebook page and doing a good job. So we're looking forward to having some of the weight taken off our shoulders on some of these things. She's going to be picking up some of the customer. She's already picking up customer service stuff, which is awesome. That's been a huge time suck for us. But I do have to keep the engagement. We have to keep the engagement moving. By early works, Bobby means all the half-naked chicks I drew for him in high school. I'd get a lot of Bikini Babe requests. Bad girl era. One on my lap? Huh? Yeah. Say hi to Dopey. My other cat doesn't come sit on my lap. What you got going on, buddy? With those furry feet. Guy from Red Bank has been checking out Outcast. Really good comic book. Glad they picked the right colorist. Yeah, so that's a book Elizabeth's been coloring for 6 years, maybe 7 now. It's getting on close to probably 7 years. But it is on it's approaching its ending, and I believe they've done about 46 or 47 issues. And it will be done soon. It's a book written by Robert Kirkman and drawn by Paul Azaceta. So it's very good. Y'all should go check it out. And of course, it's very beautiful. I was thinking about the dilemma of the tardiness issue. Is there any way you can get backers a digital promo code to issue 3 before it hits stores? We'll be done with this, and we'll be fulfilling before the books hits the stores. But we did a similar thing for episode 1 and 2. So we gave free digital downloads, or complimentary, of course they're free, complimentary digital downloads to all backers in advance of the release in order to give them first look should they choose to do so. But I'll be done soon, and it won't be an issue. Does doing it digital make the coloring process and printing process easier? It seems like pencil and brush work would be less time consuming. It might be less time consuming, maybe. I think it probably is a wash. The way that Elizabeth and I work together is once I'm done with these inks, I provide a layer of gray scale, which takes me not very long. But then that digital process allows me to do that, which helps Elizabeth in her side of things. So she doesn't have to she can focus on color and not on rendering. So I'll go ahead and do a grayscale pass on these, and I'll show you how I do it. I mean, I'm almost done inking, so I'll get right on the grayscale, and I'll show you how it works. And it makes it a lot easier for her, and I think it makes the entire product look very special and unique and kind of separates it from everything else. I really don't know about the timing issue. It's probably about a wash, although since it's probably a wash. Scanning is not the funnest thing, scanning and cleaning up pages. And even then, I would still do corrections digitally. I'm probably a little bit more experimental on physical paper and a little tighter on the digital because of my tendency to be a perfectionist, while also wanting to be painterly. So it's a dilemma. I want to have a loose style, but I also have a perfectionist streak in me, and they're always wrestling. Awesome. One second. All right. Send a check on something. We ran out of coffee. So I had to pay the toll or go to the grocery store. Stay hydrated. All right, it's coming together. I would say we're really on the downhill ride here. Oh, I didn't do any music. That's okay. Maybe we'll just do quiet streams. All right, so there's a little bit of work left on panels 1 and 2. Panel 3 is done. I'm sort of avoiding drawing the dog because dogs are a little tricky. Yeah, I started getting into the detail of the mouth. That's what happens. So the best thing you can do is just try to keep the gesture lines find where the gestures are, because the gestures carry the movement. And then if you get wrapped up too quickly in inking facial details or fingers or whatever, stuff really starts to go haywire. So focus on finding the lines that tell the most story, right? Because you want to be as efficient as possible. Or at least I do. Some people love a lot of line work. It's certainly, there's different strokes for different folks, but I like a nice classical look. Yeah, I get Buscema a lot, and this is I can't say that I really for lack of sounding like I don't know. I just haven't been exposed to much Buscema. I certainly didn't read him growing up or anything. It's really just he's not an influence, but I do get that a lot. Maybe we just have similar influences from art school. There we go. Now I'm finding the lyrical movement. Find the lines that sing. There, see how much better that looks than it did before? Before I got kind of hung up on the mouth part. Yeah, that's it's one of the best rascals I've drawn. And he looks properly pissed too. So he's got a nice dog expression. which is a little tricky because I don't have a dog, so it's not in my everyday mental Rolodex or visual library. This this forward round paw, I feel like it should be. I'm just going to erase his paws a little bit. The reason is I think he should be airborne, right? Mid stride, mid gallop, or what do you call a dog? Mid trot. So he's suspended in air and give us the illusion of a lot of motion. Golly. Feeling much better this morning. There's a heavy police presence in my area now that the cops and feds are investigating. Rest in peace, Braylon and Opal. That was truly tragic. I think it was, gosh, what a sad story. An innocent murdered. Horrible. Be fun to see a crossover with Red Rooster, Black Canary, and Blue Falcon, and Yellow Flash, and the Green Goblin versus the Green Goblin. Yeah, that would be pretty funny. This thumb is wonky. The rest of the hand's all right. Thumb is wonky. Let's see. Not perfect, but maybe passable. All right, here we go. I gotta switch to my glove. My hands are starting to cramp. May have to tape my pinky up. Sorry, I got a text from Kelsey. Sorry, I'm sending texts. Hey, everybody says, "Hey, Kelsey." Of course, he can't hear me. Yeah, take a handbrake and type on my phone. It's just one. Okay. Nope. Black bulb. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm going to lay in some chunky blacks. See how it looks. Ah, see. Okay. When I'm starting to put some, if I have some line work, you see what I just did? I erased that part of the arm because I know I'm going to put some black behind it. I've made a decision. I'm going to try to put some black back there. And so I'll use the black ink to tell the line story. Oop, that's not right. And that way, oh, it's not right either. I hit a button. All right, so that's called just thinking about it as the negative space, right? So I'm using the black background to define the edge rather than the line. A second, I gotta say something else to Kelsey. Oh, here he is. I just sent you a text. Look at that. Kelsey pops in, and then my numbers start going up. Oh, wait. You want jazz music? I'll play music. Yeah. Let me find some royalty-free music. Everybody likes that. 1 second. Here we go. Here's some lo-fi hip-hop royalty-free. No copyright. We're going to have to listen to a commercial, though. For Grammarly. We're probably going to purchase Grammarly, actually, so for the whole team. Because I need a proofreader. I need a proofreader for everything. Apex, Kelsey Shannon, the grizzly bear of Comicsgate. I call him the swamp man of comics. Fandom asks about the article and and my thoughts on the misunderstanding. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. I think Kelsey, I'll let Kelsey speak for me. Wise mountain man. Kelsey is the desert father of comics. The wise desert father has come down from the mountain and blessed us with his wisdom. To that end, I say I agree. We do not trust journalists, period. I haven't watched the news I mean, I observe the news, but I don't watch it and believe it at all in well over a decade. So you're definitely talking to the one person who does not trust the media and knows, but also knows that I have to talk to them. So I'm in an interesting situation where my eyes are wide open. My eyes are wide open to what really goes on in journalism and the media, but I also have to engage them. And in that sense, it's kind of like what Trump does. Like he obviously knows, as do many others, but they still have to do it. It's too small. I'm going to mute, well, screw it. I'm just going to eat on air. I'll do it quietly. I'm with Kelsey here. This is exactly how I do it. Aggregate my news from many sources and take the common threads. I'm not sure that's the best way for everybody, because people are wired a little differently. Kelsey is a pattern recognition monster, which makes him a very good artist. But I also believe it helps find the common threads in reality and stitch them all together to form a more complete narrative of the world. I think everybody has the ability, but I think it varies, just like any other talents or abilities. That's why we need trusted sources. We need. That's why I'm so offended that people can't trust anything, because I think individuals are busy and they don't have time to put together all the threads. But there's no trust anymore. That's unfortunate. That's a good question. When you select artists, do you look for art that fit the house style you have in mind? No, I mean, I think if you look across our 4 comic books, I think they're all very, very different in the artistic approach. I think what we're looking for is just exceptional talent, and we're looking for the right fit for the story. So the story always comes first. Well, generally, I suppose. Sometimes you might make a connection with a very talented artist and you try to find the story that fits them. But generally speaking, I'd say almost 9 times out of 10, the story comes first, and then the art services that story. And the artist would be invited or selected, or well, invited is the right word, based on how they complement that.
The fighting spirit is one we all share. For Anderson .Paak, it's the story of a man who came from nothing.
Looks like we're gonna get ads all day. Let's see if I can find a channel with fewer ads on it. Here we go. That was me. Still don't feel right about that. See, I tilt my head and look at it all kinds of different ways. Yeah, that's Kelsey's entourage. He travels with 10 people around the internet to back him up wherever he goes. You know, typical comic book artist stuff. That's much better. It's just simplify, simplify, simplify. The more you can say with less, generally, the better you are. At least that's my approach. To me, I'd say this looks about 80% done, or maybe 80% finished here. Good enough. All right, so I'm going to go back, clean up some of the pencils. Probably can't see any of that, can you? Pardon me. It's a heavier line down there, but it's not quite right. Excuse me. All right, I'll be right back. Going to take a nature break. And then we're going to ink. Then we're going to ink this close up here. And once that's done, it's just mopping up. Had to block somebody on the old Facebook. Oh my gosh, I've never seen people get so worked up in my entire life. There are real problems in the world, people. There are real problems in the world. All right, here we go. We're going to try this last panel here. So the new policy is I'm just immediately deleting, removing, and blocking negative commenters. Just zero tolerance. Zero tolerance from here on out. Our people don't want it. We don't want it. I don't get it. I don't know why you have to. I guess I'm one of those people that just walks away and assume everybody else should be like that. So if I'm upset about something, I just walk away. But some people like to punch the door on the way out, so that's, but I get it. That's just some people's personality. Those people get blocked. I'm not really good at doggy anatomy. I do have this dog musculature, which helps quite a bit though. Wish it showed its teeth. That lower mandible's tricky. Richard Cahill asks, how many pages left? That's a good question. I've got a number of pages in issue 3 finished. It's kind of every single page has a very detailed layout. Some of them are practically pencils. So the entire book is laid out end to end, the entire issue. So in the final issue, which is episode 3, to complete Golden Age, will be 26 pages. So it is an extra thick bonus edition. Every single page has a very tight layout, and several of the pages are already penciled, and several of the pages are already inked. So I don't exactly know how that's the best answer I can really give you. There's a great amount of work done on every single page. I'm just going through and mopping them all up. But I'm doing my best to be done by the end of the month. I should be we're trying to get all our fulfillment items in order so that in the first week or 2 of October, books start going out. We already have our posters. So if you bought the poster pack, there's your Capalcola poster. I've got 2,000 of them. Or more. That's not really coming out. Maybe I'll just leave the thin lines. I think putting the dark lines in it presses it. You know what might look good though? All right, so we're going on 4 hours. So this is an 8-hour ink job probably in total once I get it done. About 8 hours to pencil, 8 hours to ink, and 2 hours to 2 or 3 hours to layout. And then I'll got to do the grayscale work, which will be another little bit of time. So there's where we started 2 days ago. For anybody that's curious. This is one of the looser layouts from the book. Most of my layouts are a little tighter than this. And there's where we are right now. All right, areas to finish. I'll highlight. I don't want to forget anything. So, 1, unresolved, this whole area. Unresolved. 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 that it? It looks like it. Rascal might could use a little work down here. Okay. All right, hide that layer. That way I don't forget. You like the mustache? I don't know. Elizabeth did not like the mustache. I thought it looked all right. I haven't had a mustache probably for 6 months. I've been hiding out, working. I'll start with the hand. I can zoom like this. I'll show you what I'm using. This one's better. I dropped him and broke his fingers. You can see. That was my chair. I'm gonna have to get some WD-40. Thank you very much. Flipping through. Appreciate you. Bye-bye. You enjoyed all our comic books from Walmart, so greatly appreciate that. Again, if I think I said this last night, people that are buying into the negative stuff, you're missing out. You are missing out on the comic books of the year. So I think it's unlikely that we're going to trample the award circuit, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. But I guarantee you, you will have a good time. And if you are letting other people's negative opinions keep you from reading these great works by very talented individuals, you are missing out, and that's really unfortunate. I get it. Competition. If I can just get away with making this a fist. I think I can get away with just making this a fist. I think becoming the most hated man in comics was the price I had to pay to create great books. But as someone who values quality and craftsmanship over drama and other things, I just value craftsmanship a great deal. And I have to be the villain of comic books to create the best comic books possible. That's just the way it'll be. there was too much black at the soles of his feet, which makes him feel like he's floating on the ground. So when your feet hit the ground, in order to make it feel like the illusion of weight, then the lines are going to be very thin. It's kind of the opposite, right? But you'd think weight, you'd want the thick line. But in this case, when an object's meeting another object, then the lines, to create that illusion of pressure, the line would be very thin. So I'm going to rework the feet. Oh, okay. I have a meeting in an hour. I have a business meeting in 1 hour. I just got my notification. So it's a very important meeting, and the time really got away from me. So I'm going to end this broadcast and go ahead and shower and get ready to go. We're meeting a potential new investor, which is really nice here in just up the road. Somebody that saw what we were doing and thought it was pretty awesome, and they wanted to have a lunch with us and considering investing in our rapidly growing company. So if you want to hit me up with any questions, now's the time to do it before I head out. I got one. What tablet am I working on? I am working on my setup is I work on Photoshop. I have a 27-inch Cintiq non-touch screen, and I have a MacBook Pro that's a couple of years old. So that's my setup for art. Go ahead and make sure I save this page. All right, yeah, thank you all. Wish us luck on the meeting. Elizabeth's in there getting ready. And yeah, I hope we can, even if we don't bring in a new investor, then maybe we make some new friends. All right, y'all take care. Bye-bye.